Okay. We'll see if this is going to be a real stream or some phantom bullshit. Phantom pain. The president has phantom pain. The Emperor of Anthissa has phantom pain. Okay. Okay, cool, cool. What's up, stream? How you going? How you going, stream? Alright, we are back. Finishing the Realm tour tonight with the Amphissian section of our tour. I guess since this is my stuff, I'll be mainly guiding this episode. Kind of like how you guided the last one. So yeah. Here we are pretty much on the farthest edge of the Empire, I'd really say. I guess the stuff that borders the Mesa, some of it's kind of far out from the rest of the Empire, but I think this is like from everything, probably the furthest extent. We are in the Apollo region. This location in particular was found by, it was already known, but it was pretty much the plans were set forth by Alpine. So he named it after himself. So this is Alpine. The settlement of Alpine. There is another, pretty much there's like 3 major settlement locations in the Apollo region. The second one is named Eridu, also after High Command, and then obviously you got Apollo itself. I still got a fellow chilling in here, so I might do something with this guy as long as he doesn't die. It'd be really cool as a part of the restoration, just to fucking also fix the villagers too. That'd be a pretty nice setup. It'd be a bit of work, but I don't think it'd be too bad. But yeah, that was kind of the idea, is Alpine wanted to restore the settlement, and obviously, you know, he's a little occupied and also kind of busy dying in the nether to do that, so. But yeah, I actually quite like this place. It's also, like, got really cool terrain. I love these cliffside villages. Some of it goes so far down there. Oh yeah. Yeah, there is no signs, but yeah, this is certainly Alpine. I remember it being put forth. It just never had a lot put into it. The whole Apollo region, it's kind of a part of why we're starting with it. Not that it's just the furthest extent, but it's going to have a lot of work in the next little bit. In the next existence of the realm, I believe the Amphissians are going to put more work into this whole region, here into Alpine, but also Eridu and Apollo. I think we're pretty much done here. I'm honestly going to fucking hit my Elytra, get some aerial views of this. And also just the Apollo region, because I love this place. Also, as well, I think someone should fill in finding this place before me, because, see, this place was pretty much entirely discovered in the First Era, and it was not by us. It was not by the Amphissians. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't really remember seeing any others either, I suppose. So this very well might be the only one I've seen. I'm really trying to, like, yeah, I mean, I know for sure we haven't toured any, and I just don't remember seeing any in the first or second era other than this one. So yeah, this very well might be the only one. in a very large proximity here in this world. Yeah, it's kind of wild. And we're getting traveling over here. I love the terrain and just the cherry blossoms in the mountains of the Apollo region. It's so pretty. There's so much potential with this whole place. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of lava down there too. I forgot about that. Oh, Enderman. Um, yeah, even though Apollo's technically closer to where we're at, I want to go to Eridu first. There's also some torches down here because I wanted to do another settlement there, but nothing's really started. We can at least look at it from up here. But no, just another one. I just thought that overhang in that cave down there would make for a good one because it's actually really deep in there. Mm. I'll fly down here, but yeah, this village over here is Eridu. We're getting pretty close to it. Not abandoned, actual village. I don't really honestly know off the top of my head if any villagers have survived up until now. What the fuck? Did you ender pearl? Dude, I looked behind me and saw you, and then I looked forward and saw you. I was like, what in the fuck just happened? Oh. Oh. That's crazy. We don't have a whole lot signifying it. Oh. What the fuck? Okay, well that's cool. And there's another one hidden over there, so the two did survive. Wild. Ah! Yeah, that was on stream where High Command took that. Um, and not just that, there was one by Apollo. So there was two shulker boxes here in the Apollo region that are now in possession of High Command. They've been using them ever since. Yeah, we still don't have a whole lot going on here as of yet. There is actually a sign down here, so there is unlike Alpine, there is some sign of settlement, literally. But yeah, I think there could be some pretty cool stuff done here. I've never really done an acacia village. So I think that could be pretty nice. Yeah, so yeah, Iridu was the guy who died to Theta J, sparking the realm crisis. I don't think directly, no. Oh yeah, this guy's definitely still alive. I just heard him hurr in here. Oh yeah. Yeah, so we could easily fucking restore the village. Alright, well yeah, there's like a little bit here actually. I forgot there's a couple, this house over here. High Command was doing a little bit of things with. There's some chests over here. I don't know if anything's left. Doesn't look like it. But over here there is a little bunker under the house. It's nothing crazy, but yeah, so that's pretty much that. We're gonna head over to Apollo now, so back towards where we came from. There is also a pillager tower near Apollo that I want to look at after, because it's fucking awesome. That would be really cool. I definitely need to think of some cool ass plans for it, because I wanted to do something with it. This is where Apollo is, or will be more or less. There is a little bit here. There's this little setup, obviously, with the horse still in here. There's also this over here, the actual first thing. This has actually existed for a little bit, but yeah, this is the actual first thing that's been in the Apollo. Just a little setup. Nothing too crazy, but I don't even know where that goes, to be honest. Oh no, the server's lagging. Oh wait, no, it's not. I'm just fucking stupid because that chest is inaccessible. Yep. Yep, by command shulker box too. It's interesting. No, I think it was just a shulker box. Alrighty. Except for the snow, right? That's over here, because you carved that out. I love this. There's a reason it's gonna be the fucking head of the region. Yes, I remember you telling me this a couple months ago. is kind of wild because, yeah, it does not look like much now, but this is going to be a really fucking important place, especially in the next coming of things. So I'm really excited. I've had crazy visions for it. I really want, as the whole region always has been tied to high command, it will continue to be. So there will be some cool things coming from here. It's got to be one of my favorite locations that I possess. This is so cool. I love this fucking range with the cherry blossoms encircling it. All right, well, this is pretty much the Apollo region. There's a war camp. Yeah, yeah, let's look at the. Yeah, that's a good point. Let's look at the Pillager Tower. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah, I've already been using it anyway. I feel like it's whatever for the tour. We got. I also may have destroyed it. It's very possible. Whoa, there's a fucking cherry blossom literally inside of this fucker. Yeah, I've definitely got to do something with this shit, and it's smack dab in the Apollo region, and it's just, oh, that placement is crazy, and like you were, yeah, oh, huh, I have not seen this. Yeah, but its placement, and you're totally right. It's for this village over here that is walled off. That is crazy. I didn't even realize there's a bridge right here. Hmm. Okay, I think. Yeah, that's pretty much the Apollo region. There's also a dirt bridge over here, which is kind of interesting. Lots of bridges here in the Apollo region, it seems. I don't know. Did you build this? Yeah, because usually I just cross. I'll go all the way down and then all the way back up. Oh, I didn't even realize there was a village right. Oh, oh shit. Yeah, I did know about this village. Yeah. I've seen a couple villages like that too. We'll probably see another one when we're around Monkey Island. But this is really, look at this guy. He's fucking sleeping in his like fucking house that's a quarters existing. Yeah, let's sleep in the quarter house. Hmm. Like what the fuck? I just didn't realize this. I knew about this place. I just didn't realize it was this close. But anyway, I will. I think we're gonna look at this war camp. Hmm. Some perspective I've not gotten before. Yeah, welcome to War Camp Astoria. I think I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, but then I'll explain what this is. Okay. So there will be two war camps that we're going to see today. This is obviously the first of them, both in what we're visiting and when it was built. But basically, when High Command was retaking large parts of the Empire, they built war camps. So this was the war camp that was set up around Astoria in case anything went bad to basically supply a campaign on Astoria if it was needed. Yeah, but you got like a watchtower here and. Mm-hmm. This is one of the few places as well where there's a unique tree in the Amphictyon Empire. But yeah, there's a pear tree here. I just had it. I don't even remember why. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I could have gotten it where I burnt the forest down. Wasn't that a pear forest? Oh. Yeah, he's got a bunch of supplies. I wouldn't know. That's why the High Command flag is here as well. And the sign, but yeah, I actually really like this place. It's pretty simple, but I also love the entrance too. I think it's so cool. Mm-hmm. And you got this little island next to it. Dude, the fucking fugly ass sheep spawned so bad here. It was one of the worst locations in the whole realm. Yeah, they liked heights. They took the high ground, like you were saying. Really weird. Okay, let's think now. Yeah, probably Mahakam would be good next. We're pretty close to it. We'd usually take this waterway right up to the land and then head up to Mahakam so we can kind of fly that way. But yeah, this water right here, you take up to this land and then walk all the way up. Luckily, I built a Amphissus, so it's going to make it really easy to see where we're going. Because it was kind of fucking, it was hard to find on this mountain, walking up to it. Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah, this place was pretty rad. So obviously, it was one of the locations that was settled by the subjects of the Amphictyon Empire. It was Acolyte Easymac Spiffygore, as he is in Minecraft. But he basically um, established this place. There is a second part of Mahakam called the Mahakam Forge, which was pretty much entirely done by myself um, in terms of like building. So we'll get down to that, but it's kind of like a multi-part place. It was one of the first major settlements of the Amphictyons. Oh yeah, we had Miku City propaganda here, and I just never replaced it with something good. I just put Hail Amphissa, but yeah, this is his home. Yep, this is Spiffigore's home. Mm-hmm. I like the colors and everything. And he's got a little lava thing. I think he almost burnt down his house originally because it's mostly made of wood. That's why it's made of stone now. I could be wrong. I could misquoted that, but I'm pretty sure I remember this happening. So, that's like his main storage here. I think that's the chest for like rewards for that reward mod. I've never really used them a whole lot either. I really like this bottom layer. It's very nice. Yeah, Gregus gave it to him because he's dyslexic with his fucking locations. He could never find it. He'd just be aimlessly wandering. Oh yeah, and I built this little offshoot room for him with the auto smelters. Yeah, that's Spiffy Gore's abode. Got a couple pets out here with some stories. So this guy right here, because he's attached to me, there's a reason. He's the Emperor's dog. That's why he has purple armor. So I will tell you right now, the Emperor has two pets, and they still live. We're gonna see, yeah, we're gonna see the cat later on. He's in Monkey Island. Yeah, actually, so he has three pets. So he has the horse, which is in control, the possession of the Terrians, but the other two, the Amphissians still possess. One of them is this guy right here, the Emperor's dog, which resides at Mahakam. There's two other dogs over here. So yeah, this is Boba Fetch. This is one of Easy Max. And then this guy over here also Easy Max Spiffy Gore's Hoagie. So those are his guys. Hmm. Oh yeah, there's the mine down there, which I'm sure you're very familiar with. Yeah, because we needed Skunk for Cobble Coast. That's right. Oh, that's pretty cool. Damn, that's pretty cool. Yeah, not really. I will state though, for the record, there are a bunch of tunnels down here. We call them like the dwarven tunnels. It's the whole thing with Mahakam is it's like a settlement of dwarfs that are supplying the Amphissians with very advanced, basically the stuff with the forge. So we'll look at that here in a moment. But yeah, the dwarfs are little guys, little freaky guys. But the tunnels down there, I've went down them a handful of times and they get lost literally 100% of the time. So I don't feel like dealing with that on the tour stream. I can assure you though, there's a bunch of tunnels and they're down there and they're confusing as fuck and the dwarfs have done some insane schizophrenic ass shit down there, but I don't really feel like, going down there directly. Alright, I can head down here. I made this little extra path because there's this random ass room that's just in here. Don't really know why, but it makes for a good access way to down here. But as you can see right here, there's also the main path which you can take. They both lead to the same location. Doesn't really matter. This is our second part of Mahakam, the Mahakam Forge. It's fair we start off with the enchanting room. But yeah, I wanted this place to quite literally be the most advanced, facility in the realm. You could craft any sort of weapon or armor or do any sort of enchanting, whatever you wanted, basically. It's one of the few places in the whole realm that fucking is stacked up like that. Yeah, but I like the enchanting room there. But yeah, we got the forge. It's got two entrances. I just kind of graded it off, which I think is kind of a cool look. But that's the flag's very important. It's under the strict control of High Command. Because it's like a military site, basically. But yeah, you got all kinds of stuff. So you got sleeping here. I did label most everything down here. I do like the sleeping quarters in the fucking pillar. Got a fucking huge ass lava generator. With fucking maintenance in case you ever have problems with the lava. You never know. But it is all entirely still accessible, which I think is pretty rad. And then, I guess I show you this here is surface access set up in another pillar, which I think is pretty rad. In case you got to get in and out fast. It just pops up here in this forest, kind of on the mountain behind Mahakam. You can actually see there, that jungle is the jungle that borders the mesa. Mm-hmm. So this is one of the closest places to the mesa. That and probably the next location we'll go to, and well, there's actually one after that that probably is the closest, but all three of them are compared to everything else really close to the mesa. He's got this fucking guy chilling down here. Fuck you. Okay, this here is the armory. That's what all these trap doors are about. Little secret, nice hidden chests. It isn't very stocked at the moment, I won't lie, but there is a little bit of things over here. Also forgot there's a bunch of aquaculture stuff just chilling in that one. Nice little waterway. But yeah, I think that'll be pretty cool. We got this main lava feature to kind of tie the room together. You got our auto smelters right here. specifically like chosen for the forge stuff. So you got blast furnaces and normal. No smokers. A little way up. It's also how you can access the second level of that fucking armor place. But you got some things here. Things and stuff are here. I also love the little window up there where you can just see the sky peeking out. Oh, it's so good. And I got lanterns hanging there, so it's lit up. Nothing can. What? Yes. So for most of the existence, there was copper armor. When it was like right after it was added. It was how we like developed it. Basically, was here, lore wise. But yeah, recently it's been swapped out for these guys. So here in the forge, there's actually two sections. Over there's a tinker section, but I think first we should take a look at the normal section. So it's basically two areas for your all your all your tool armor needs. So you got and block even. So you got all your standard type of things here. It's not very much stuff in. Actually, there's a little bit here. Oh shit! Well, that's where Amphrel's armor ended up. I was wondering about that. Sometimes you have an empire so big you forget where the fuck everything is. Yeah, got a normal section. All kinds of work blocks you could need, your anvils. I love the way it's just built around the fucking lava thing too. I think it's so cool. But here, mm-hmm, such a fucking cool place. But here we got the Tinker's section. This is the more advanced part of the facilities, as you can see. But yeah, we got our big forge here, our little guy next to it. I don't know what the fuck this is actually. Yeah, and then all of our workstations over here. They even got an armor stand to test out the new crazy armors. But it's currently got the High Profits armor on it right there. You can actually get a good look at that. He has the Manielum armor now. That like purple and gold set. It's actually more of like water kind of base stuff, really. Yeah, you got your Tinker's anvils, got everything you need. This, admittedly, is a lot more stacked than the other side for sure. There's all kinds of all kinds of things in here. Yeah. Um, it's pretty much just, well, the forge is just really important to the Amphissian Empire. This is where we craft all of our weapons, all of our tools, all of our everything. But yeah, also cool little note, this cleaver here, that's Alpine's cleaver. Hmm. Yeah, Atris has been wielding it ever since Alpine died. But yeah, it's the crazy fucking crazy ass cleaver. But I've actually got a new one. I've been using the Manielum to go with my new armor. I think that's everything down here. What's really cool about this place is it's entirely safe for mobs except spiders. Spiders can somehow get in, but everything else is fine. It's really weird. It's something to do with the window for sure, but I really thought I built it to even be spider proof, so I'm not really sure how they're getting in, but somehow. Yeah, it's just like the real things. But yeah, we can take this main entrance out. I think I'm probably gonna take us to Astoria next, and just around that section of the Empire. I think that's everything. Yeah, that's. Oh, I remember as well, just barely. There's another place we got to go to very near this, known as the Fishbowl, which is actually great because I need to repair my elytra. So right on over here. Really fuck. It's actually one of the closest to another Amphibian settlement. But this is the fucking Fishbowl. So yeah, this place is quite cool. I'm gonna run to the bathroom again really quick, but then I'll explain what's going on with this. Alrighty. So this is only locations, one of the only locations in the whole like Amphibian control that they've actually known about longer than the Empire even existed. We've known about this place since the First Era. All right. I just expositioned a stream, but I'll say it again since you're back. This is one of the few places we've known about longer than the Empire has even existed. We knew about this place. Yep, we knew about this place in the First Era. The Amphibian Order discovered this place from the Mesa. This was going. No, no, this was like people before the Emperor, even. Um, although he did live during that time, it was probably just some more of the Order that found it. But yeah, it was one of our first outside areas from the Mesa. Um, yes, so that's the reason it's important to the Amphibians in the Second Era is because there's a certain thing that's here. Let's go take a look at it right now. It's actually got a build centered around it anyway, so we actually had two. That's the thing. We had one in the Mesa too. Yep. Yeah, this one's got a whole fucking thing around it, as you can see. There's a little safe room you can crouch on into. But yeah, this is where you sit to spawn them, basically right here. There you go, you sit. That's why it's built like this, so you can be safe from mobs and AFK. But yeah, and then you go down the staircase once you're done with your AFKing, and you can get them a whack. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think they were exactly one hit. Maybe with a sword they might be. Yeah, but then you got 9 trillion chests. We even have a whole fucking because, and it's something I've had to empty out multiple times. We finally added a trash can down here. Thank God. And we use this even still all of the time. Yeah, you have to filter a lot of stuff, but it can be really nice just having like unlimited bones and unlimited arrows and bows. Basically, you can have any type of bow. That's why we were able to crank out such powerful invisitors, is because of having this. But yeah, that is pretty much the fishbowl. There's not really a whole lot else here. Again, it's another place we've kind of got more plans for. But now we can go to, actually, probably here, the Sanctuary, otherwise known as Republic City, or more formally known as Republic City and now Empire City. Yeah, you were like, so I found this amphibian settlement. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about, man. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, that got a little interesting, but yep, this is. It was like basically it wasn't ever officially named the Sanctuary, but that's what a lot of Amphissians called it. But it was officially called Republic City and now Empire City. There is signs and stuff for it over here because this is like your supposed entrances. But I'm not gonna lie, it is pretty hidden. It's pretty rad. Well, it was actually the council that founded this place and the High Consul. It was basically supposed to be their capital to counter High Command, but they never had a chance to build up before High Command annihilated them. Exactly. So yeah, you got some places up ahead that will relate. Like there's this thing right here. Almost got to it. I love the emphasis up in the fucking mountain. It's up in a cliffside, yet it somehow is still hidden. Such a good placement. But this place right here. This, and there's actually an emphasis in the floor. It's really hard to see with the desk, but yeah, it's pretty subtle. But yeah, this is where the council would meet when High Command had taken over Shroom Isle. Exactly. And they were going to build it up more, but they never really had the chance to. You can see there's also another emphasis down there built into the stone. hmm Yeah, that one is so fucking good. And this is the church of, well, whatever you called it, the Sanctuary, Republic City, Empire City, the city of many names. Yeah. Oh, and there's a book here. There's a book here, so I'm gonna take a read on that. I'll let you take a read after. Oh, such a good book. There you go. He's really fucking good at lighting religious. Yeah, for sure. He's really like. There's a reason he's the high priest, no doubt. He's really fucking set for this shit. So I've just been informed, just barely, something I didn't know. There is a secret here in this room. Right here where I'm standing, you see this redstone? I think it might be related. I think if I break this, yeah, yes. Yeah, but if you look down here, there is something. Oh, yeah. So this was going to be someone that the council was going to basically repopulate with. That and another person we'll see later on. But they were going to rebuild the population with them. Agrippa. It's just so fucking peak. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to build back up. Oh yeah, that'll work too. Hopefully I don't die. You notice there's a note lay here with a zombie head. Very weird detail, indeed. Um, I also want to mention as well these flags here. So I mentioned earlier, High Command has their own flag. That's basically the idea with the Amphicium. There's three flags that represent it. There's the High Command flag, the High Priesthood flag, and then the Amphicium flag, which is basically the two sides combined. So this is the High Priesthood flag right here because this is a church. It's a religious site. And this is I love this church. It's so cool. It's got emphasis, copper emphasis is in the floor. Very swag. hmm It's just tucked away in the fucking cave. Ah, it's so good. Fuck you. He makes such weird noises. You look up here. I'll let you take a read on this sign. Yep. This is where the console resided. There's a piano here. You have to make some Tyrian pianos. Yeah, that's pretty fucking advanced, actually. Oh, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, pretty fucking rad wall. Yeah, it's made a lot for this realm. And then the bedrooms over here. It's pretty rad, pretty cozy. There's also another emphasis in the floor. We put them everywhere. They're so hard to see sometimes. But if you look at it just right, there is one. You might be surprised. Oh yeah, I forgot there's a grandfather clock here. It used to tick and it was really fucking obnoxious. Doesn't seem to tick anymore. But there is actually a bunch. There isn't a bunch in that one, but there is a bunch in this. It's not labeled, but that's an Arc Acolyte shield banner there. Bow, some cherries, some random stuff, but kind of get an idea of some of the stuff the council possessed. Yeah, Amphissian Empire banners. I actually love the little axolotl plushie. It's cute. Okay, blue. Yeah, the cookie jar. It's very important. All right. Well, but yeah, in terms of the water, it was actually mostly custom done. There basically wasn't any water here. Hmm. Yeah, I wanted it to be like really flooded in the middle part. And there's just waterfalls fucking everywhere. I love the look of it though. Yep, I believe that's a forge that the council is building. No, look at the sign. Yep, Empire City, Sanctuary of Amphissa. That's where the name of the sanctuary comes from, is that sign. It was originally Republic City. I will say there was some better stuff here, and it was taken to a different settlement, which we will get to. There was a reason it was all taken. Yeah, there's even some caves carved out. I'm not 100% sure if those are natural, but those are awesome regardless. They were not natural. Uh, oh, I did not know that. That could have been something the council used against the command. They just never had the chance to. Oh yeah, this was basically the council very much was aware of the Mahakam Forge. This was basically their counter to it, but they never had a chance to fully realize it. And Agrippina here was going to be the partner for Agrippa. He just went away. But yeah, that was how the council was going to repopulate this place. Yeah, you can kind of see some of the more of the stuff they were using. But yeah, very similar to what was going on in the forge. They had an auto lava generator up here. Hmm. The smallest differences, yeah. There's some actually more natural trees. Some of the, again, few trees that were different in the Amphissian Empire. Little entrances. I love this place. What does this sign say? Oh yeah, Republic City. It's one of the few. I guess I didn't change this one. But yeah, at the and they had auto smelters too over here. Yeah, it's a little room to see the forge and also some other things. Hmm. Lots of potential. Such a cool place. Again, it mirrors the Mahakam Forge so well in a bunch of weird ways because you got the weird window, but it's mostly underground in a cave, and it's a forge, the main thing to supply their weapons. Oh, it's so good. I think that's pretty much it here for Republic City, Empire City, the Sanctuary. It did not have a lot of realm like stream time. I think it literally showed up once. Um, because it was hidden most of the time. That was kind of the whole idea with it. So streaming it kind of defeated the purpose of its whole existence. And I think the council, like, it didn't have the chance to play out as it was intending to. So Um, Still one of my absolute most favorite settlements the Amphicians have had. I mean, pass by this place. This waterfall was actually natural. This is really cool. I remember this existing in the first era. Yeah. Yeah, and like I said, up there in the fishbowl, we had discovered that we were gonna end up moving there, but never did. Looks like there was some skulk placed around here too. Our underworld shenanigans. Mm. So where is the fucking? Oh yeah, there's an obelisk over here. But yeah, so this is known as the Astorian Waste. This is basically an area that used to be a really dense, like acacia forest that the Amphicians chopped down a long time ago, and it was basically replanted over and over and over. That's why there's like cherry trees here now. It's just an area that periodically gets deforested as the Amphicians need wood. Um, so yeah, it's known as the waste because once it's completely deforested, it does feel like the Astorian waste, and it's right outside of Astoria as well. So this right here is something Ovalport built. There was a competition to build stuff for Astoria that the Acolytes participated in. This was his contribution. So you can see Astoria's right here. So yes, I like the fish tank. It's pretty cool, pretty rad. And then that will transition us pretty naturally into Astoria itself. I'm gonna set my spawn here in the house and run to the bathroom again real fast. Alrighty. So yeah, I remember this. We had seen one of these chests here at fucking Olympus. But yeah, it's another place that Mahakam brought some weapons to, just to supply the Empire. But yeah, this was the main, like we call this like the farmhouse. This is the main operating place from Astoria. So the thing about Astoria, it seems pretty small and pretty humble, and it definitely is. But it was the first heart of the Amphician Empire. It was like the first capital, basically. So that's kind of where we all started from. You can see in those early streams, it was pretty important. This sign kind of talks about it right here. You can see some exact dates. So yeah, 7/6/25 to 8/25/25. There's her run right there. Hmm. Yeah, no, this was just the Amphician settlement. I was gonna make this little turtle area that never came to be. It's actually one of the only unfinished things here on Astoria. But obviously, you got our animals around the farmhouse, but also There's some really cool things here. This right here. Mm, yeah, I love that little bridge over there. Over here we got the second shrine of Amphissa. We visited the fourth shrine in Miku City. It was under there. I mentioned that the third shrine's on Shroom Isle. We're going to get to that. The first shrine was at Monkey Island, and it faced an unfortunate incident involving fire around the time that the Realm Crisis happened, and Iridu and Theta J were fighting. So it basically is what kind of led up to that. But yeah. So we will see the third shrine. Not the first, though. We'll see the remnants of the first. But yeah, here is the second shrine. We have some more builds over here. So this here, I love this build. Such a wonderful palette for this place. It's beautiful. It's the lovely enchanting, Storia enchanting room. Nothing too crazy, but it's like in terms of its use, but in terms of its presentation, it's fucking beautiful.
I'm just.
Nightwitch built it. Yep, it is a wonderful palette. I love the pastel pink and white. Very nice. This is also built by Nightwitch. We got a little fountain here, the Astoria fountain, which is very nice. It's got a lodestone in it. Yeah, I think there was some trial and error on that for sure. But this actually, okay, this is one of the only places you can kind of see the two flags next to each other. This shows you what the. I'll basically explain the symbolism and the meaning behind the flags right here. So the purple represents the high priesthood, and the red is the high command. So when you see a flag like this, where the red and the purple is together, that's an Amphicium flag, because it represents the two sides coming together. If you see a flag like one of these, where it's only one of the colors and black, that represents a specific side. Because this is purple, this is the high priesthood flag. If it was a red X with a black down, it would be the high command. Does that kind of make sense? So that's the idea with the colors. That's why they've changed. There is like actual meaning behind it. But yeah, this is another religious site. That's why the high priesthood has jurisdiction of this place. Ow! At least I set my spawn here. I was like, what the fuck? I look back up and I'm on fire. I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, anyway. Oh, I didn't pick up everything. There's still 9 billion things to pick up. Okay, there we go. But yes, there's actually a lectern here. I'm really not sure why it's been removed. But yes, this is the Temple of the First Blessing. This was one of the absolute first religious sites ever built for the Amphicians. As the Empire, at least. Because there was definitely ones built during the First Era, but And you got the emphasis in the floor. No, this was made by the High Priest. This was made by Kiraim. This was basically his contribution. That challenge I mentioned earlier, where Ovalport did the aquarium, Kiraim did this, Night Witch did that building we just looked at. I don't actually think Spiffigor was a part of the Empire at the time, so I don't think he had a contribution. And I'm not sure if Spartacus ever ended up doing one for it. But, yeah, Spartacus, Avian Spark, yeah. Don't get caught in the fucking schematic stream. I know it's confusing, I'm sorry. We're just going to keep making it more confusing. But, yeah, so... Yeah, that was the High Priest contribution, or like the High Temple, or the Temple of the First Blessing. I think that's awesome. We do have a couple other things to look at. I obviously did these entrances because I wanted the waterway to be a big part. You can actually access it from the ocean. You can go up these waterfalls both ways. Well, not really this other way. You can come up this way, which is always how we would do it. But it's kind of a one-way street because obviously past this bridge, it's kind of hard to do it this other way. Like that one's fine. It's this one that's a little bit more of a challenge. But you could do it with a boat. You can certainly swim up it pretty easily, but yeah, over here, there's this like one of the few remaining acacia trees, which I love, with the flags all around it too. Kind of, a lot of it's been trampled, but this is one of the main crop areas of the Empire right here. But yeah, this little peninsula is pretty rad. It's got all of the sugarcane and cactus, but this leads right to the boats. These two boats right here with the red sails were brought here by High Command. Oftentimes when they would take back areas, they would arrive by boat. So this is kind of how they pulled up to reclaim Astoria. It's when Alpine killed the High Consul. Oh my god. He pulled up on this boat specifically, which I believe it has a name. I believe I put the name on it. Did I? Yes, I did. The Astoria Liberator. So yep, we're on the Astoria Liberator right here. I have to come back in. They're all kind of the same template, but they have specific differences between them. Not just their palette, but like design choice differences as well. Nothing too filled up in this, but yeah, one of the biggest differences is its storage is back here instead of in the front. There's also a smaller boat that's right next to it because the High Command pulled up with two boats over here by Astoria. Yeah, this one is the Protector of the Wastes, referring to the Astorian Wastes that we just saw. Yeah, it's a pretty simple boat. I like it though. It's cool. There's some nether tree here. It's not really a lore thing. We were just kind of chopping them down. It's just kind of left. So it's not some netherite stuff. I'm sorry. There's not really deeper meaning to it. But yeah, there is one more boat the High Command pulled up with. We'll see that in a moment. I should put on my fucking fin, my flippers. But yeah, I think that's all of Astoria. It was one of our main areas. These three areas we're about to explore were like basically the foundation of the empire. It's where we originally started from when we left the Mesa. Especially that island right there, New Memphis Isle. We'll get to that. But first, we're going to take a look here at the Emperor's house. The first palace of the Emperor. Yep, the first palace of the Emperor. uh, no, I get it. There's also an emphasis in the floor. That's what the design's about. There always is. It's important. But that's what this purple flag is about. Because these two flags surrounding it were the Amphissian Empire flag, but the purple one was the Emperor of Amphissa flag. That's why it's purple. That's also why his bed's purple. But yep, this is where he originally lived before relocating to Shroom Isle, along with the whole empire moving the capital to there. That's why it's a pyramid as well, because if you notice the second Emperor's Palace, we'll get there, it's on Shroom Isle, but it's also a pyramid. It's like a design trend between them. Alright, well that's pretty much the Emperor's Palace. It's pretty simple over there, but right next to it, it's the in-between point between Astoria and New Memphis Isle. Right here we can see the third boat the High Command brought to liberate this place. It's the New Memphis Isle Liberator. That's kind of a trend with High Command. They like to bring Liberator ships to any place they came to. But yeah, oh yeah, there was an event where the reason there's so many skeleton horses around, I don't know if you fully know this, but skeleton horses are holy to Amphissians. The reason being is because they're summoned from lightning, and lightning and water are basically the most direct signs of Amphissa. So she's not purely a water being, but like the lightning is also a sign of her. So she's like storm, she's like water and storms basically. So obviously for those sort of reasons, they're very holy creatures. That's why you're going to see them everywhere, all over the Amphissian stuff. But yeah, I had an event here. It was in the ocean, weirdly enough. It was not on Shroom Isle, but it was in the ocean, or sorry, New Memphis Isle. But it was near the ocean here, so I brought him back. But yeah, it was a full fucking stacked skeleton horse event in the middle of the ocean for some reason. I love this place too, with my custom palm trees. Ah, they're so good. And then you got the first amphissis built by the Empire, showing New Memphis Isle. And for like a week, this is where the whole Empire lived. That's why there's so many beds here. Yep. For like 1 week, when everyone flat restarted with us, this is where we all lived and came from. But yeah, kind of wild. A lot of stuff's been taken and moving around by now. Like some of this stuff is so random. Yeah. Main operating place for a while. That's why there's so many chests here. And Got a little furnace section over here. And then beyond that, we got a couple other sections, actually. A good old-fashioned Amphissian auto fisher, very important. And, of course, to go along with the auto fisher, you need a motherfucking auto smelter. So you got all smelter room in here. Oh yeah, even beyond that, because even though a lot of the other people moved out, me and Nightwitch still operated out of here up until Shroom Isle became the capital, really. So it was a good like month we were using this, like mainly. We still even used it later on, but not as much. And obviously, it's still really important because it's the main access point the Amphissians have to the Nether. Yep, it sure is. But yeah, I think that's pretty much these three areas that were like really starting establishing areas. Let me think really quick. I actually got to put a thought to where we're going to go next. I suppose a pretty natural next stop would be Monkey Island because it's not too far from here. We could also look at the war camp and the ships that are nearby that. I'm going to run to the bathroom again, and then I think we'll head on over there. I guess after that, we could go to Ostia. It's not really, like, technically owned by Amphissians now, but it was kind of founded by it. It doesn't really feel like there's any part that makes sense to fit them in besides this, so we'll probably stop by there after Monkey Island. So I'll be right back really quick. Okay. We can continue. Oh, did not have my elytra equipped fucking at all. We shall... Oh, I went the wrong way. Take a gander at Monkey Island. Don't get me wrong, there's a desert, like the borders of Mesa around here, the Amphissians have operated quite a bit in. Not like built settlements or anything, but, you know, weird things like taking sand or traveled through or... Yeah, you know, that sort of thing. There's actually a ship right here that we can stop and take a look at. Kind of in between the way. I didn't realize there's a zombie camel right there too. Kind of weird. As you can see, there's some high command flags here. This is another ship. Fuck, what did I call this? Oh yeah, it was the Ostia Antica Liberator. I didn't end up putting signs on it, but That's what this was for. This was as close as High Command could like realistically put a ship because Ostia Antica is just kind of out there. It's basically down the stream. So like I said, after we visit Monkey Island, we'll go there. But it was how High Command. There was a stream that basically initiated that whole thing. But yeah, you had another amphibian ship. That was what I was saying the one day. We have so many fucking ships everywhere. It's kind of unbelievable. Now we can fly on over here. It was a land on this island. Can look at these ships from afar for a minute. So yeah, these are some more ships, but these were what High Command sent out to deal with the problem at Monkey Island, basically, when Atris took over High Command and started pushing for Monkey Island, but really was just trying to like reunite the two sides. So yeah, I don't. Did this thing does not have a sign. I don't remember what I called this one. To be honest, I may not have had a name for this boat. This might have been one of the only unnamed ones. But I do quite like it. Just another boat High Command pulled up. Now this boat right here is definitely named, and I remember it because it's one of my fucking. I mentioned it when we were looking at the Atris ship yesterday. One of my favorite ships I've ever built. The Monkey Island Liberator. Yeah. Oh, it's just so good with the red sails. Oh, I love it so much. It's so fucking good. It's got the accents of orange. Oh my god. And there's not very much, and I'll be honest, that's kind of how a lot of the ships are, but I'm probably going to change that just to, top them off finally. Oh my god, I love them. They're so fucking good. You got Phantoms after you. Yep, that's certainly one of my favorite ships I've ever built. Yeah, the High Command just kind of pulled up to these islands and took them. Leading up to the stuff with Theta J, there's also a war camp, just like around Astoria. They built a war camp to basically supply a war if it was needed for here. But just like Astoria, it really wasn't needed. But this, we can look at. Yeah, we're gonna look at this and then the war camp probably. But this, I didn't put a sign on, but I remember what it was called. It was the Temple of the Seas. So this was like a floating temple ship, basically. That's also why it's the only ship that is not just outright owned by High Command, because it's technically a temple as well. So that's why it's got the Emphysium flag on it. It's the only ship that wouldn't have the High Command flag on it. I think I was planning on putting a book there, but I still haven't. So I would honestly watch this. There might be a book that pops up here at some point. But there's also an Amphissus in the floor. Again, I love this one though. Got that water accent going on. Yeah, some extra building shit that we had here for it. Nothing too crazy though. But yeah, we can go take a look at that war camp over here. Just like how the war camp by Astoria was named War Camp Astoria, this is War Camp Monkey Island. Mm-hmm. Exactly. And even the spikes were finished because it takes so many spikes. It's okay. All the spikes were finished near Monkey Island. That's what matters. And then you got the little war camp. I do think we have some more. Yeah, we do have some more supplies still in here. using sleep as well. Maybe you should sleep. Yeah, maybe you should sleep so you can get the phantoms away. Okay. Yeah, nothing too crazy. Like you're saying, they're like simplistic, but there is purpose in their existence. So yeah, I got the 3 boats over here, the little convoy that pulled up to Monkey Island. So I think we can just, I'm going to head over to the front of it so we can kind of get the idea. Welcome to Monkey Island. So yeah, this is a legit village that was entirely redone by, well, the priest, and also the second priest, the second high priest, Theta J. I don't think we know the name of the first high priest. This house is interesting because this is the Emperor's cat's house. Remember that thing about, yeah, so he's got the purple collar, and he's tied to me, because he is the Emperor's cat. The third out of the Emperor's pets. We've finally seen them all. Other than the Emperor's blank. But we'll see a lot of High Priesthood flags because the only places that they own outright are, like, the High Command owns Amthikar outright. So you'll see a lot of their flags around there, and then the High Priesthood owns Monkey Island outright. It's like their capitals of the Empire versus Shroom Isle is the capital. Both of them have influence there. Yeah, you got the touched up houses. I quite like the Pale Oak new touched up village houses. Also, a big chunk of Monkey Island is destroyed. I am, to be honest, lore-wise, I'm not 100% sure exactly what took place here at Monkey Island. And if you look right here in front of us, that's the remnants of the first shrine of Amphissa. Again, lore-wise, I'm not exactly 100% sure what happened. High Command accused Theta J of doing it, and Theta J outright denied being responsible for this. You can see a lot of the damage is still very prevalent here. But it was certainly done around that time. But like I said, I have no real confirmation of what was actually behind this. To be honest, it's one of the realm mysteries. I'm sure there's something more to it. Yeah. Yeah, it's especially the shrine. I mean, that thing was huge. It's probably pretty hard to tell what this is, Stream. I'll give you that. But it was an amphissus. It was really detailed. It was basically like almost an exact recreation of the one on the flag. It was super detailed. Karain fucking, he was doing all night fucking perfecting this thing and inching it together and making it work, but it was ultimately destroyed. Again, like I said, I don't exactly know 100% lore-wise who is responsible, but yeah, that is pretty much what's left of it because it was made out of acacia wood. It went up pretty fast, to my understanding. There was also a cherry forest around this right here. As you can see, Shrine of Amphissa. This is where you would make your donations, just like the other ones. That's the whole thing with them, is you could like donate to them, and the stuff was never removed or used by any party for anything. It was given to Amphissa, quote unquote. But yeah, the forest and the shrine were burnt down. Check out those first streams. You'll be able to see it in its existence. I know I went to Monkey Island when it existed, certainly in those early streams. So, pretty much anything before around November will be a good bet to seeing it. But it was around the Realm Crisis that right before the Realm Crisis. It kind of led up to the fight between Theta J and Iridu. But yeah, kind of wild. I think that's about most of it. It's a pretty good sized acacia village that's been converted here. This is obviously a custom build. Oh, it's been, tattered for sure. This guy's still working. There's actually upstairs here too. That's kind of rad. Oh shit! I don't think I've literally ever seen this room. This is so cool. Mm. And this right here is one of the first, most properly, like I think probably the first properly set up church from the Amphissians. It was set up by the original high priest and obviously maintained by the new high priest, Theta J. Yeah, I think so. And it was just a pretty important place. Taking a little bit of creeper damage. I don't actually think it was destroyed by whoever destroyed the rest of the village. I think this is genuinely creeper damage here at the front. I remember very distinctly that was one of the places that was not hit, was here. So, there's the high priest quarters. Please knock. You got the stained glass part. I didn't realize how many villagers are up here. Oh shit! I don't think I've seen this. Oh, this is so cool. Oh my god, this is so good. Yeah, this is talking about the flags that were found in Apollo. Oh my god, I remember this. Everything connects so good. Holy fuck. That's peak. Oh my god. Some more book writing materials in here. And, an interesting little banner. That might have been the thing that book was talking about. Very cool. I don't know if there's anything. Nope, nothing in those. There is also, of course, as you know, there's got to be an emphasis in the floor. Although this one's kind of abstract looking. And I think that's about it for this church. I love this place. Very important place for Amphissians. I know the historian's been in there. I know a bunch of like high command's been in there. Obviously, the high priesthoods got very direct ties to it. Even the mercenaries and stuff have been in there. It's pretty fucking crazy place. So yeah, this path up here, this is more of like the direct high priest stuff. Yeah, I forgot there were signs put here by the Tarians. Interestingly enough. Yeah, I got a little enchanting room. I love this, honestly. It's so good. This little, like, smelting section. Some shelves and stuff. Very cool. I like the armor stands. Yep, this has pretty much been Theta J, the original High Priest's home. That was Cat Shadow and Wubby. And we got ourselves a motherfucking book. Oh, looks like I was on the last page there. My bad. Oh wow, this is some pretty like crazy logs here actually. Wow. This is one of these is all the way from 7/19/25. Like that's about as early as it gets for the second era. It even talks about the crown jewel of the empire, Miku City. Oh, and even talks about that is really cool, yeah, because it ends with Miku City declaring independence. Oh my God, there's so much stuff here. It also, I'm just noticing here right in front of me, looks like there's a book in right here. What is this? Empire News. What did that say that was by? High Council. Gotcha. Let's see what this is all about. So this is something from the High Amphissian Council. I'm going to give you this book after I'm done reading it. Oh my God, yeah. Okay, take a gander at this. All right. What else we got in here? High Priesthood banners. A bit of aquaculture stuff. Some other random items. Yeah, so this, I remember I remember looking down here, I was like, holy fuck, this is crazy. This is some of the, I think this is secret, but like not super secret, you know what I mean? Not really sure what this is. Yeah, some storage, got some items in here. Oh, what do we got in here? So, copy of a copy, Amphissian News. So this is a new book in here. I'm gonna take a look at this one. Also by the High Council. Wait. Oh, okay. So yeah, this is by the High Command actually, not by the High Council. I think that was just a error in putting who was behind it. But this is basically the same book, but instead of the council, it was the command. Does that make sense? Yep. So I'll let you read this here. Take a look at that. That is a lot of Heart of the Seas. Yeah, so yeah, I think that was from the first era. I guess lore wise, let him ball. I'll let him ball. I didn't see anything. I don't think it's ever actually been used. I've never seen it. Hmm. I think that's pretty much everything for Monkey Island. Oh yeah, there's a little bit of stuff back here. So I built him the same auto smelter setup that all the Amphissians had. And of course, yeah. And of course also over here there is auto fisher. We try to supply every Amphissian with the auto smelter auto fisher setup. So they could have unlimited food and unlimited means to cook them. Oh yeah, you had a little lava farm down here. Oh, and it seems like there's another portal over here. I have no idea what. Oh God. Okay, it's just hell. It's just hell. Why is there a baby drowned in here of all things? And a spider. Okay, whatever. It's just a nether. Nothing special. Oh, what the fuck? Oh God. I'm not where I'm supposed to be. Ow, that hurt. Well, I mean, this is pretty close to Monkey Island anyway. It's really weird it connects like that. But yeah, I think that's pretty much Monkey Island done. We got the ships and we got the main place. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Um, I guess Isolation Isle will be a good place to go next. That's now under Amphissian sovereignty. Yeah, I think that's probably a solid idea. Passing by Amthkar now. Isolation Isles, I think. So yeah, this is one of the very few places that was Tarion that was taken by Amphissians and is still held by us. So I guess you can explain the beginnings of this place. Yeah, we may have flooded this place. Yep. I didn't actually know that. I thought it just spawned randomly. Oh, and there's a Terra Tower here, too. It looks a lot like a Terra Tower, so I just thought it was. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I built the emphasis on it because, it's symbolic. But basically, the very reason that High Command or the Amphicians came under this possession of this place from the Terrians is it was invaded during um, the conflict with Cobble Coast and the underworld on Cobble Coast. It's when High Command was going to deal with it, and ultimately General Skulkin infiltrated, and they worked with the Terrians to stop the underworld and their actions at Cobble Coast. But through all of that, basically the Terrians acknowledged that this place belongs to High Command and thus the Amphicians through, you know, the events of everything happening, basically. I will be right back again. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. We're getting closer. We're almost there. Finally. Okay. I have returned. Also, there was certainly a book or something here. I am not sure if Terrians or Amphicians took that. It was definitely original. It was. Yeah, we might see that on True Mile then. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, we'll definitely see that on True Mile then. I think it was Diamond. I'm pretty sure it was not exactly a reference to a historical event, but indirectly a reference to a historical event, right? Something that happened in history, like a day in history, like a month and a day of history. Like, it'd be 8 of 11 if it was August. It would be 11 of 11 if it was November. I think it was that Diamond. That really is, yeah. It's meant to be. Also, it's the only place that the Amphicium has control of that the banners have not been updated. We have banners to change it, we just didn't. We kind of forgot about it. Whoops. Everywhere else, yeah, this is pretty rad. I'm seeing it all, yeah, rebuilt, and then it's got the emphasis on it. Kind of wild. Yeah, you know. That might be why it's built in the direction of Cobble Coast. It could have been facing towards the sun, but no. It had to be facing towards Cobble Coast. I couldn't imagine why. I guess we should probably go to Mount Amphis before we go to Amthakar. I'm probably gonna need some, to be honest, when I land. No, I don't even have the shulker anymore. Yeah, I don't fucking know. Oh, hello, Phosphor. We're close to Mount Amphis. We gotta go this way. It's basically this place right here. The big trees are new. Um, but yeah, right here is Mount Amphis. So, I'm going to explain a couple things about Amphis here. Yeah, it's going to get a little convoluted, but basically, Amphis was a character that founded a bunch of stuff for the Amphissians. He had this habit of naming stuff after himself to make things confusing as fuck. I mean, that wasn't the intention, but he named things after himself, and indirectly that makes things confusing as fuck. So basically, we have Mount Amphis, which is named after him, that he discovered. He named his pickaxe after himself, Amphis. He named a city after himself, also named Amphis, which we're going to go see after this. But yeah, it was a whole thing. But Amphis died because of a tragic suicide right after right after Atreus took control of the Amphisium. Not really sure what the whole deal was about. I'm sure the Afterlife series is going to explain that in a way that makes perfect sense. But anyway, yeah, let's go to Amphis City, parentheses. So I know it's basically between a swamp, like it's after the swamp and it starts into a spruce biome. I found it. Yep. So this is Amphis, the city. Yeah, actually, I like this. I love as well. We did not update the flags at Isolation Isles, but we did update the flags at Amphis Village. It makes no fucking sense, but whatever. Oh shit! This is actually where Amphis was staying. Amphis was actually man. Yeah, yeah. He blew himself up. Like I said, I'm sure the Afterlife series will make that make perfect sense somehow. Yeah. Wait, what the fuck is this? Whoa, this is pretty cool. Rocking chair and some berries, and then ocean floor view. Yeah, something was wrong with Amphis. Something was really fucking wrong with him. 100%. Looks like I'm gonna have to, because there's not even a way to get out of here. Like, this guy is clearly fucking schizophrenic as fuck. Okay, anyway. um, but there is Amphisium flags everywhere. This is one of the farthest reaches of the Amphisium as well. Oh god, I fell in the water. There's a pussy. He's not named though. And windmills around this house. God only knows why that is. Probably something to do with this place. What the fuck? Oh, there's some slime shit in here. Slime Island stuff. Actually, not a bad idea. Oh yeah, and this is like the Church of Amphis. Nothing too crazy, but I sure really like these spruce villages. They're quite nice. I think they might be my favorite villages. And then there's probably a villager. Yep, there is a villager trapped in there. Looks like we got another villager trapped in here. And yeah, I think that's pretty much Amphis. Nothing too crazy, but interesting little establishment pretty far outside of most of the Amphissian territory. I guess probably Amthikar would make sense to go to next. We got a lot of history to explain there. We also need fireworks. Maybe there's some there. If not, we'll just use our flippers. Oh shit, yeah. I forgot about that. So
The villager outpost.
so basically my understanding is this was like a place to breed villagers. I don't 100% know the lore on this. We could probably assume this is something Amphis used to establish Amphis Village. That's probably a safe bet. I do know there's a witch hut around here. It was not used for anything, but I do think this was chosen to be here because it was around the witch hut. So good find though. Appreciate that. That I believe is the last thing around here though. We travel across this ocean here. We shall arrive to Amthikar. All right, so Amthikar's got quite the loaded history. Not gonna lie, this is probably like the first location we ever arrived to on the Amphissian side of things that's like packed with history. So I guess I should start from the beginning. This location was originally Spartacus, aka Avian Sparks' original established area when he was loyal to Amphissa, when he was loyal to the Amphissian Empire. He originally built his base right here. This is a place most Amphissians have called Fortress Amphissa. What's interesting about this building, the reason it looks so patchy, is because it is. My understanding is it's been rebuilt 3 separate times. The first time is when Avian Spark originally left and High Command took control of. It was originally called Alethkar, but when High Command took control of it, it was renamed from Alethkar to Amthikar. This place was rebuilt, and then there was conflict with the council, and the council came back here and basically burned most of this place to the ground. And it was then once again rebuilt. So that makes 3 times it was rebuilt, 2 times it was destroyed. So yeah, I do believe it is the place in the realm that has been destroyed and rebuilt the most. I love this place, not gonna lie. I think it's so rad. But it is the new High Command Center. It is the second location High Command operates out of, besides their place on True Mile. There is also, an EFO incident over here we don't talk about, but yeah. Got an empty room here. I do have plans for that. Nothing crazy. This is kind of where the high command like sleeps and stuff. And then this room, before the EFLN incident, creating the hole in the wall there, was the armory of Fortress Emphisa. That's actually General Skulk's armor right there. Yep. Some of the loot that High Command had claimed after the Underworld saga. Yep, I believe this is some stuff High Command got, and there might be some more books out there. Let's take a look here what we got, though. Pale Oak. Gotcha, gotcha. Underworld items. Oh, yes. Yeah, there was a whole stream around this. Treaty between Alpine and the Prophet, kind of wild to look back on, and we got a new chapter, which is one of the Lost Terra books. I do remember reading this in the library, but it's cool to see its actual context. Got some random nature shits in there. And just kind of an idea of some of the things that are in High Command's possession. Here at the new High Command Center. This is also supposed to be a map table. That's why there's so many item frames on it. But I just love this place. Okay, so some more things we got here in the beginning of Amthkar. There's kind of two parts of it. So this was originally a well that was made by Avian Spark. High Command redid it, made it a little fancy, a little nice. Same thing with these farms. Now this right here, this thing in the middle, is the memorial to the Emperor. That didn't exist before. Basically, the two sides around it did exist. So this right here is the ruins of old Alethkar. This was sections that Avian Spark was building for his villagers that were ultimately destroyed when he turned his back on the Empire. So you can still see their remnants here. The same thing happened with the crop farms that are right here. Actually, only this one. This was the only one that existed. And the animal farms that were over here. They were built by Avian Spark, but they were abandoned. High Command basically repurposed them and have been reusing them ever since. High Command, in addition to reusing this one crop farm, has actually built 4 additional ones on top of it to add more crops to their yield here. But I did keep the block palette very intentional, like these are made of oak, but you can see this original one was mostly made of spruce, but it's taken a couple of hits. That's why it's got some different materials. I love the patchwork of here at Amthkar, Alethkar, whatever you want to call it. It just looks so fucking cool, and you can tell it's had a long history behind it. But yeah, like I was saying earlier with the Monkey Island, as that was the High Priesthood's area, this is basically the High Command's area. So you're gonna see a lot of High Command banners here. The ship, it's under High Command's possession along with the docks. This was their place for transporting stuff to Isolation Isle, basically, was the thinking during the Underworld saga. There used to be a lot more stuff here than there was, but that, goes without saying. And all these additional villager houses and stuff have been actually artificially built by High Command. These are all custom made and, yeah, just additional expansions onto Amthkar. Basically make it this really fucking crazy fucking populated place. Oh, and I forgot as well over here, there's going to be some more stuff. You'll see Amthkar finish developing. There's certainly a lot of empty areas left. But one of the areas that kind of is filled out, not all the way, there's still some things that need to be done with it for sure, but you can see the very beginnings of an advanced dock. Oh my god, there's about fucking 500,000 mobs on it, but this is going to be the shipyards for the Amphissians. This is basically where we built all of the Amphissian boats. It's kind of the idea. They're all built here and sent off throughout the Empire. Yeah, that's about it. I want to take a more direct look at the memorial, because I kind of skipped over that, showing the other stuff. So kind of centered around everything here in Amthkar is the memorial for the Emperor. After he died, High Command built this for him. And, obviously it's got the emphasis in the middle to show the empire he built, but it's also got the azalea tree because it's kind of got some purple blossoms going on, and that's why it's also got these flowers everywhere, because they're the purple representing the emperor, and it's got his flag up here as well. But yeah, got the emperor's memorial. And behind the Emperor's Memorial, you have this Trident Memorial here, which is basically it's basically celebrating Amtkar's establishment. And it says Amthkar reestablished 9/29/25, and it has parentheses 6/30/25. So 6/30/25 is when Avian Spark established Alethkar. Amthkar was reestablished by High Command in September 29th, 25. That's basically the idea behind this sign and the memorial. So yeah, you got a big area that a build's going to be here soon. But yeah, that's pretty much this area for the most part. There's a lot of random trees and shit around here, or just kind of deforesting. Nothing really too crazy. I did have some custom... Oh my god, fuck you, skeleton. I did have some custom trees I was working on for Amthkar. Some of them over here. Really like the way they turned out. I'm definitely going to do more to kind of distinguish Amthkar from the rest of the realm. But yeah, that's pretty much... There is something I want to show over here. So this is a little mining area. It was made by Avian Spark, Spartacus, whatever. It's been used by the later Amphissians, not like that just pretty much leads into mine, but it's been used, but nothing too crazy, pretty standard, like just use a mine every here and then, but nothing too crazy. But I did want to show it at least. Let's see. I do know there were some streams that showed like the council was going to make a presence here and didn't because they figured out High Command was on here. There was a whole confrontation on stream that happened because of it. Yeah, be sure to check out them early streams, man. They're important. There's got a little bridge here High Command built over. You actually can do a boat through that. It doesn't really look like it, but a boat does go through that and you don't suffocate. Kind of crazy. And we got this place over here, which is also still part of Amthkar. Flags of high command everywhere still. This sign kind of gives you a context of what this is exactly. So under Spartacus, Avian Spark, this was called Old Alethkar Village. Obviously, with High Command taking over, it was renamed Old Amthkar Village. But yeah, it was just the actual original village that the settlement was originally kind of based around. I don't think any villagers have survived, I'll be honest. I think they're all dead. Whoa. Kind of crazy. I will show a little secret of this area. So originally when High Command came here and they were living for like 2 weeks in secret, this is where they operated from, was down here. Well, like nothing too crazy, but there was definitely a lot of items in here at some point. There's even these flags. This is when High Command started using red to identify themselves. It's because Avian Spartacus, he basically blood struck the banners. He like desecrated them and put red X's over them. But High Command like ironically took it on as a way to identify themselves, basically. So that's how they got their red color. The priesthood kind of got their purple color kind of from the emperor and just that sort of stuff. But it's how the Amphicium flag. Yeah, it's how the Amphicium flag came together. The red and the purple. But yeah, kind of cool lore. There is a stream where you can see when the High Command confronting Spartacus Avian Spark and he struck the banners. Very early on stuff, but yeah, those are those banners that are hanging out there. And I tried to cover all the entrances in water to make this place as hidden as possible. Abby, clearly, yeah, no one knew about it till now, I suppose. So I guess I did my job well. I'm gonna run to the bathroom again, and then we'll move on to our next area. Okay, we're back. Yes, that would be wonderful. Just clear my inventory from all the fucking random bullshit I picked up along the way. But yeah, this has basically been the main operating place of High Command, basically ever since they were first kicked off of Shroom Isle. Obviously, later on, they came back and retook Shroom Isle, but this is a place that's had the most uninterrupted influence from High Command, probably on the whole realm. So yeah, it's pretty important to High Command. It's very interesting. It's the only place that was like outright taken by a former Amphician that's still like so strongly held. Let me think about that for a minute. So there is a couple more places. They're pretty small. They're not going to take very long. Um, Whoopi goes by the Doctor. This is gamer tags. He had an area. He only played for like a day, basically. But he did have an area that I do want to show. I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, the Fisher Hut as well. We could look at that. That's pretty close to this whole thing. I'll explain what's going on there. So we went to that Terra Tower there yesterday, but we're gonna take a stop here. It's basically perfectly in between. What is that? The Lost Village, Terra Point. Yeah, Terra Point and Amthkar. It's pretty much a perfect in between. Right here. This is the fishing hut. It was originally established by Ovalport before he turned his back on the Empire and joined the Phantoms. But the Amphissians have basically maintained control of it because it was so close to their stuff. But there even is some turtles here, holy creatures to Amphissa. Yeah, I think we'd read it just barely back there at Amthkar. Or maybe it's at Shroom Isle. That's basically two options. But there was this place. We're going to go take a look in there. I actually quite like the fishing hut. Beautifully simplistic place. We got this nice little dock coming out to do your actual fishing upon. And a little bit of skulk. Wow. I don't think we really showed it off at Amthkar, but there was some skulk around there too. Underworld was up to some shenanigans, messing around with High Command at the time. That's basically it for here. I suppose Emperor Island would be another good place to go to next. We passed by more of the Terran stuff. Oh, we can take a closer look at this boat right here. So this one I'm going to finish soon. I promise. I've been saying that for like the whole realm's existence, but this one will be finished soon. Mark my words, stream. This one is finished, though. We can take a look at this. This was the first ship ever built by the Amphissians. This was the first. Literally the first. That's what it's called. The first. AES the first. It's humble. It's simple. Well, I planned on building a lot more than I ended up doing, but plans always ended up changing. So I never really dedicated to building this whole thing. Basically just the start of it. It was more or less to be like I had a ship, you know? It seemed like a good place. I wanted to contain the Terrians with these ships. That was my whole thinking with it. Mm-hmm. And that's pretty much the most significance the first had was that confrontation between the Terrians and the Amphissians right after the Emperor was assassinated, basically. Speaking of that sort of thing, this ship over here will give us some context and island. So this island right here is called Emperor Island. And the ship right here is the Emperor of the Seas. It's purple sails. It's very distinct on purpose. So this is the only ship that has purple sails because it was specifically for the Emperor. It was his ship, the Emperor of the Seas, named after him. Built in his glory. That's why it's fucking enormous. It's the biggest ship I've ever built on the realm to this day. So, anyway, you got some like basic tents and stuff. You got the sign as well. But it was just to show that the Amphissians had a presence here upon this island. It was also originally a peninsula, just like that place outside of Miku City over there. But I just Added a little bit of water and turned it into an island. Weird how that works, but yeah. So I got all the flags and shit. I still think this is the best ship I've ever built. I love the Emperor of the Seas. It's glorious. It's just beautiful. It's huge. It's enormous. It's perfect. We'll take a little look-see here. But yeah, the Imperial Guardians had their own little section here. This is going to be their armory. And then the Emperor's room was in here. Got all the fucking banners and the bed to go with it. This is going to be the Emperor's storage, so he could put all of his shit in here. The Imperial Guardians were put right here so they could protect the Emperor. That was the whole idea with it. And then there is a pyramid here. Like I said, that's kind of always the thing that signified the Emperor was pyramids. And these like specific pyramids that had these like banner designs in the corner with the campfires. For some reason, it was always the specific symbolism that was used to show the Emperor. It was very deliberately chosen. I forgot I never finished this boat, technically, because there's a chest missing here. That's gonna fucking bother the shit out of me. Anyway, there's some ships here. Oh yeah, and there's a prisoner section. If you dropped yourself in there, you can be a nice prisoner. And that is where Atropos was dropped and then brought to Shrumile. Kind of the thinking. Yes, it probably was maybe number one that I had seen. It was bad. But you can go under the deck. They aren't finished, but they were laid out. There are rooms here. And there are a bunch of them. I just need to really add doors, pretty much. Beds. But yeah, and then at the very end here, you obviously got your prison quarters. You could look upon the prisoner. And then here is a storage room. There's all kinds of shit here at some point. But yeah, oh, I also love the designs of these things because you could just fire out upon someone and then close it and then be safe. I love the designs of the ships for that. That's how Atreus's was designed. That's how all of them were designed. To be honest, they haven't been used very much, but maybe one day. Maybe one day. But yeah, I just love the palette of this ship. I think it's so fucking cool. The brown and the white and the purple. Oh, it's so good. And then let's think. What else do we got here? I guess we could go to the doctor's area. We're getting close though. I'm like struggling to think of these last areas that we have. I know for sure we got the doctor's area, so let's go there next. I'm gonna have to figure out where the fuck that is exactly. I'm gonna be honest. It's been long enough. I haven't been out there. Oh God, where's my phone that will have all this? Oh, here it is. Let me look here. I just gotta take a look at the Discord. Fuck, I don't actually know if I have the chords for this. I do think I remember where it was, though. But I need some more fucking fireworks. It's not super far. We could probably use our flippers, because like I said, most of the Amphissian Empire is based around this ocean. I basically told everyone, I was like, branch off from the ocean. So nothing can be too far with the flippers, is kind of my thinking. Now you get lost for the next 2 hours trying to figure out where the fuck this area is. I think I remember, though. We can see Shrew Mile over there. That'll be our final destination for the Amphissian stuff. Feel like I'm on the right track. We'll get there eventually. Yes, I found it. Let's fucking go. There isn't much here, I won't lie, but this is pretty much what there is to look at. I guess we go look at that village over there. But yeah, this is the doctor's area. And yeah, there's an emphasis built up there. Kinda rad. Yeah. Oh, I see. Fuck you, zombie, bro. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and there's even a little farm up here. Shit. Yeah, you can see this is how long ago. This is an Amphissian Empire banner. Yes. Can't complain. Conquered by the Doctor in the name of Amphissa. Let's go. To be honest, there's probably not a whole lot of this village, but I think he was using it. He had like an area down in that forest. There really was not much to it. Like I say, he played like one day. What we're seeing is the biggest part of it right now. But I do feel like it. That is. It's definitely important to show, though. And he had a dog, too. Alright, so I'm going to take a look really quick at the locations on here on the Discord. Just to make sure we're hitting everything. I'm pretty sure that's about it. We didn't go to Ostia though. Let's go to Ostia and then I think we can go to Shrumile. Ostia was that place. Oh yeah, shit. I didn't realize it was this close to the mercenary stuff. Damn. Good to know. There's also just another village hanging out over here casually. Ain't that some shit? Yeah, we can go to Ostia. It should be over this way. I'm gonna certainly probably fucking run out of fireworks. Oh, no, it's right here. Perfect. Yep, I ride to the Temple of Ostia. So yeah, this is the stuff earlier in the stream I was saying isn't really Amphissian, but like it doesn't make sense to include for any other part. This is the Ostia Antica stuff. So here's the Temple of Ostia Antica. I will say Ostia Antica was a place that was actually just like the Fishbowl. It was known by the Amphissians in the first era. Not much was really done with it until the second era, though, however. And its influence wasn't purely Amphissian. We'll just say that. I think in the next little bit, we'll kind of learn more about Ostia Antica and kind of fill in the gaps. Why the fuck is my controller possessed? It's my fucking stupid emotes. Trying to fucking take over my controller. Oh yeah. Yeah, the Ostia Antica had a whole section down here. Yeah, they had some of that shit going on. Yep, I think so. Let's see what we got in here. Yeah, there's a whole fucking sections down here. God damn. Oh, they even had auto fishers. Some funky looking banners down here. Little auto lava generator. Tinker's stuff. Oh, Tinker's Forge down here. Yeah, fucking makes so much to it. We got over here. Looks like a mine. And then we got the forbidden section that we haven't been in yet. Where's the forbidden section? Lots of storage. Wait, no, this wasn't it. What was it? This. Wait, no, what was it? This. There was a section that had a, yeah, that had a closed door a second ago. Am I crazy? This? I'm crazy, I guess. Whatever. Okay. There's a couple more things here in the temple to make it unique. I'm gonna run to the bathroom again real quick. We'll tour the village, and then I think it's just on True Mile. I can't remember anything else. All right. Looks like we are on to the last part. They turned this place around the temple into an oasis. I actually really like the way this looks. It's very pretty. I think so. There's not a whole lot here. It's just more or less to see. This is actually what Ostiantica is. That's like the temple to it, but this is the actual city. I do believe High Command may have fucked it up a little bit last time they were here. And by a little bit, I mean a lot. I don't think there's a whole lot here other than damage. We can look at the pillager tower that High Command built or burnt down. along the way. It's literally still fucking on fire. We're watching as the last bits of it are burning. No, so that was it was Amphriel, yeah. Yeah, it was a bit after Alpine had died. Basically, Amphriel is the guy who took control of High Command after Atris relinquished his control of High Command and became the Prophet. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. There is, you can see over here, there is another temple, but it's a place we've already been. This is the Barren Lands, and the original Amphissian temple built during the first era is right here. Kind of gives you an idea where we are spatially. But like I said, this is a place that borders the place the most. There's that little ship that I was talking about earlier. But yeah, I think it is officially time we head to the capital, to Shroom Isle. It's only been 3 hours into the stream of looking at shit. I do believe it's time to look at the capital of the Amphissian Empire, or the now Amphissium. Here it is. Yeah, seeing it for the first time. Yeah, I was thinking about breaking those, and I was like, you know what? What if I just don't break those? Because they're annoying, but also it's cool to leave them. Yep, post that shit. I'll show it. I think I know what you're talking about. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. What a fucking classic picture of Shroom Isle. Yeah, that was before basically anything existed. That's so crazy. Let me fly up really quick, Shreem, so you can kind of see your. Oh God, am I gonna die? I just hit the ground really hard, but I didn't hit the ground. What the fuck is happening? My lighter did break. Fuck!
There's a skeleton farm here. He'll be fine.
It serves a purpose. I think I've seen it drop. It's like over here somewhat. What the fuck? Where did it go? Ah. That assumes I'm way, like, not so regarded I can't fucking do it. I think I'm way too regarded to do this shit right now. Fuck, man. Okay. Well, regardless, you can kind of see it. Just elytering around. Yeah, I'm not coordinated enough to do that shit right now. Wait. Oh, so close. Fuck. Fuck it. I'm not gonna waste all my fireworks trying to do this shit. Here to get the aerial view. Shrew Mile's quite a bit different. That was probably around September of 2025 that screenshot was taken, I would estimate. Maybe August. It's very early on in its whole existence. So much has changed since then. Yeah, what's this fucking... Let's start with these islands out here. Not a whole lot going on with them now, but we did have animals in here at one point. So to be honest, we had sheep in this one at one point. I'm not sure if the Tarians raided it or the Amphissians broke it for some reason. I'm really not sure what happened here, but there were sheep in here and now there are not. It wouldn't surprise me if some bullshit the Amphissians were on, so. The chickens remain. They're okay. They're the only ones that are left besides the mushrooms. But yeah, there was supposed to be more there, and then obviously you got your mushrooms. Now I will say something interesting. Just like how the skeleton horses are holy to Amphissa because of their relation to lightning, the brown mushrooms are holy to Amphissa because of their relation to lightning. So I think they'll come up probably more later on, but that's why we have half of our mushrooms are brown. They are holy beings. We also have our crop farm over here. Pretty natural next step onto the whole thing. So I do want to explain a lot of these. You can see these weird, like, water mountains, basically. They're on top of trees. The trees were first. He can probably explain the reason the trees were here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember you broke all the ones on the island, but we left the ones in the water and overtook them with water. However, I will say, it will guide us to this next part of this tour. This one over here. So there were 4 saplings around. This is basically the epicenter of the island before, this thing right here. And it said, like, welcome to Shrew Mile and the whole thing. There was one sign in the middle, and there was 4 saplings that were planted on each side of it. And I could have broke them very easily because they were planted for a couple of days, and then I had to control, like, I had seen the island for weeks after. It was basically a couple of days where I wasn't on, and then I was on the next couple of weeks. I could have easily broke them, but I chose to let them grow, and they grew into this giant conglomerate tree. Yeah, I did not bone meal any part of this. These were all naturally grown together. Just basically, it's just one of the giant oak grew, and then other trees grew around it, pretty much. But yeah, it was around the time I started doing those trees that were overtaken by the water and the Amphissus on the outside, I was like, I'll just do a giant one in the middle of the island. So that's how this like centerpiece of Shroom Isle came to be. It's kind of weird to see on the outside, like, why the fuck is there a tree surrounded by water? But when you understand the lore of the realm, it makes a lot of sense. Anyway, this house right here, I'll let him read the sign. He'll understand what it means very quickly. Yep, this is where he lived on Shroom Isle. It's not a whole lot to it, but I honestly like this build. I think it's quite nice. There was a bunch of writing supplies. I think I took them with me. And then he's got his mailbox here, which was broken. That's why it did say Chief Historian mailbox on the side, but it was broken because we had some villager shenanigans. I'm sure we'll get that to the tour, but you know, yeah. Anyway, this is one of the newer additions to the island. This is the Leviathan Division Quarters. It is not 100% complete, but it's based off of the outposts the High Command had. There's like a watchtower. And then there's going to be this part which leads underground. It kind of does a little bit, and then it just doesn't go anywhere. But it will eventually go somewhere. And it will be their quarters. Guess we'll order this boat over here. So this, I mentioned the Astoria Liberator, the Monkey Island Liberator. This is the Shroom Isle Liberator. This was when the Council had most of the control of the Empire, and Command was rebuilding at Amthkar, and came back to Shroom Isle and took it back over, basically. And started becoming the dominant power of the Amphicene Empire. So yeah, this is the Shroom Isle Liberator right here. Got a little bit of war supplies up in here. I'm gonna sleep real quick. Yeah, captain's quarters. Yeah, there actually wasn't under. Just like the Emperor of the Seas, there was a prisoner area, but it wasn't given iron bars. But it was still. It basically worked the same way. Yeah, you can see it down there. You can throw some fucker into this. I really like the prisoner areas of ships. Do you remember? Okay, like. Shroom's gonna probably be completely caught off guard by this, and just like everyone else involved. But there's a chance you might remember this. But this might be more of a reloading a gamer thing. Nerd Cubed, his ships he built, like in his original Minecraft series. Yeah, no, yeah, but he did this original Minecraft series, and so many of the builds I feel like me reloading a gamer did were just inspired by that original series, because what he did in that series, man, it brings a tear to my eye. It's one of the most beautiful Minecraft series of all time, because he just built such cool things. It was just a creative world. That's literally all it was. But like the timing of it and just everything, it inspired a lot of the things I ended up doing in Minecraft, I feel like, because it was one of the first series where I was like really shown what Minecraft could be, you know. Me and reloading a gamer simultaneously. So that's why we got into him. I feel like, man, it was like, oh, classic shits. Yeah, I definitely did. I've always loved building boats in Minecraft. I was building a Titanic and, fucking whatever. But I think that's what got me so good. I was just building boats and shit. I had one in my last creative world on the PS4. It was so fucking good. It was the closest I probably had ever gotten to the Titanic because I remember I calculated it out. I did. Basically, my idea was okay, 2 blocks equals 3 feet because you're 2 blocks tall. The closest you could be to being an average person is like 6 foot tall. Even though most average people are not 6 foot tall, but 2 blocks in Minecraft equals 6 foot because it couldn't be an unequal height. That would be way harder to measure. But if it's 6 feet exactly, which is like the closest approximation you can get, each block equals 3 feet, 1 meter. I calculated out the total distance. Yeah, I calculated the length and the width of the Titanic, and I built it in my creative world, and it was a whole fucking thing that I did. Yeah, yeah, and it's like height and fucking everything. And there was layers to it, and I looked at the like basically the layout of the ship, layer by layer, because it wasn't just, oh, you had a bunch of rooms. It was, you had a bunch of rooms for like 4 layers. So you had a bunch of rooms for layer 1, you had a bunch of rooms for layer 2, you had a bunch of rooms for layer 3, you had a bunch of rooms for layer 4. That's really how the Titanic was laid out. And that was before it even got to the deck level, where most of the people would be walking on the deck. Basically, where me and you are standing right now on the ship would be the Titanic's deck. Kind of fucking crazy. But yeah. No, God, no. I just had the base laid out, but I think eventually I will try and finish it. I wanted to port the world to the PS5, but I don't think it's possible. I looked into it. I tried to look at a bunch of different things. It's not possible. That's why I had a creative world that was just like blank. If I could figure out a way to get that world to port, I would, because it was a world I started on a stream in 2018. Like literally January 1st, 2018, CNC. So if I could port that world, I would, but fortunately, currently not possible. Maybe if I get a PC, things will change. We'll see. But yeah, you're good. Yeah, you're good. No problem. Okay. I will be back stream. This is probably the last thing we're gonna have to do. What the fuck is this? Hello? Dude, okay, my shit was way fucked up. I don't know what the fuck happened there. Yeah, my mic wasn't muted or anything. I muted, it was just like, no. Okay, anyway. Yep, so we're off of the Shroom Isle Liberator now. Yeah, let's go over to this. This is officially built by Night Witch. I don't know lore-wise exactly who is responsible. Um, so yeah, okay. This was the console, actually. Before they were the console. Because before the High Consul was elected as such by the council, they were just an Imperial Guardian of Emphisa. But they were basically, actually, sorry, my bad. They weren't picked that by the council. They were picked by the Emperor. The Emperor had picked them to like balance out the command. He basically elected the council in the first place. He's how the council started. But I like this place. It's pretty cool. Fuck you. Get off this bitch. And we can head to Shroom Isle itself. Once again. So over here, like I said, the whole thing with the pyramids and then the campfires being in the corners, it's always a sign of the Emperor. And as you can see, we got the purple banners, also a sign of the Emperor. So this is the Emperor's second palace. It's where he lived after being at Astoria. Or not Astoria, but the second palace. A place in between Astoria and New Emphisa Isle. Obviously, during the the Miku City incident, he was assassinated. So down here, there are 3 books. They sit right below the feet of his armor. This is the Emperor of Emphasis' armor right here. It's got the purple design and he's got the shield and everything. But I'm gonna read these books really quick, and then when I get done reading them, I'll pass them to you, each one. But there was, yeah, got to show these off on the stream. So yeah, there was 3 individuals that mainly participated during the Emperor's funeral. This was definitely streamed. I remember this. So let's see what this first book was about. It's called Emperor Funeral. So yeah, this one was from the Historia. This was from Atropos. Here you go. So this next one I'm reading here is called Remarks. I believe it's from the original High Priest. I'll give you this book. Like I said, that one's from the High Priest, the original High Priest. This one is from the High Consul when they were the Imperial Guardian. The council as well, kind of generally. That's my imagining is as the consul and the councils kind of simultaneously coming together for this book here I'm reading. Here's that one for you. Yeah. I mean, he's good at what he fucking does. There's a reason he's always a dungeon master. He knows what he's cooking up. That's also the reason there's a bunch of Amphissian Empire banners. This is one of the only places in the Amphissium that still has Amphissian Empire banners, and it's because the Emperor, he's the one that founded the Empire. He didn't found the Amphissium. So, these are the banners that still remain here. And obviously the purple ones representing himself. So if we go up into the water section, especially the back, there's some secret entrance to this top part. You can kind of see it when you're down here. See the water, especially with my pack that I have on right now. But if you go up here into the back, up this waterway, you can enter the tomb of the Emperor. I imagine right here, this is where he lies. This is where his body would be. I suppose. But yeah, in this whole waterway, this is the tomb of the Emperor. It was going to be in my room, but obviously the Emperor died, so it became his tomb. It's kind of a pain in the ass to get out of. You have to engage the swimming animation. Yeah. You have to literally engage the swimming animation and then go right out. Perfect. But yeah, that is pretty much the last place of the Emperor's residence there. One last thing I want to mention about it that was so important to me. Throughout most of the realm's existence, that top part with the shroom light was not complete. The emphasis. In the last couple of days, it's finally being completed. It's no longer just this weird symbol. It's the full emphasis. There's so many streams you can go back and you see that thing towering over a shroom isle and it's not complete. It's just this weird looking thing. But it's finally been fixed. Ah, so satisfying. But yeah. We got this here. This is Amphis Ridge. Amphis was going to build a bunch of stuff here. Alpine was going to build some other stuff alongside the island, and they both just kind of died. Really. before any of it could be completed. So I guess we'll kind of see how it pans out. But yeah, you just take a look at the Shroom Isle Church. This is built by Night Witch. I love it. Definitely the best church we've got. Yep. There's also, of course, doesn't need saying, emphasis in the floor. Always. It's so subtle. I love it. But I will say, there's some scaffolding here that will lead to some stuff we're going to see here in a minute. I will be sure to refer back to it. But right up here, you do have one of the only maps of Shroom Isle that exists. And by that, I mean probably the only. It's not exactly updated. I don't think it is. Yeah, as you can see, you got the High Priesthood banners because it's a religious site controlled by them. But yeah, we can look at the village. That'd be good to look at next. This is some stuff that's been completed in the last couple of days. Very excited to see what we got here. But this is the Shroom Isle Village. Oh, okay. Yeah, that is really cool. There is going to be a windmill here. That's why this sign exists. We were kind of plotting out what was going to exist here. I also love this super tall mushroom. That's why we put banners around this thing. Look how tall and glorious this thing is, though. This is a naturally fucking growing mushroom. Oh, it's beautiful. Okay, anyway. Done getting distracted on the mushrooms. Yeah, let's take a look at some of these builds here. I've not seen them either, so. Ooh. Oh, that's so cool. Yep, Shroom Isle Village was built by Night Witch. Oh. Oh shit, what the fuck? Oh. Yeah, this is some Mario type of shit. Oh man, yeah, the docks leading out to the. Oh, it's so good. So kind of all under fucking section here. Some aquaculture stuff here. Ooh, it's like a little fishing shack area. Like it a lot. Looks like we got a hidden staircase right here and a secret room. Ooh, two secret rooms. Might be some book hanging out here. Guide to Brewing. I'm gonna read this and then I'll pass it on to you. Okay, here you go. You can pass that to me when you're done reading. I'll throw that back in that bookcase it was in. Let's leave like we pretend we never saw anything. Beautiful. Oh, this is really cool. I like this one. On the very back of the church. But yeah, that's kind of where that's where I imagine the populace of Shrewmile is living. But yeah, we got a couple more things to go on here. So I think we can go up a level here. So this right here, obviously it's the same type of build that we've seen on Astoria, but it's a way different palette. But it ended up being the council building. This is where they were operating out of before High Command retook the island. And when the Empire was whole, High Command was operating out of that building right over there. The council was operating out of this building. But yeah, this is where they made their decisions and came to their deliberations and all that shit. I will say, I don't know if you have any fireworks left, but if you can fly up to the top of this, there is a sign up here. I'm not going to elaborate fully, but if you want to take a look at this sign, then I'll explain vaguely. Yeah, yeah. So this was done on our stream. It may have something to do with Ostia Antica. That's all I'm going to say. Purely it. Nothing to do with Amphissians, nothing really to do with Terrians either. Anyway. So, yeah. Now that we've seen the council building, I feel like it's pretty appropriate. Let's take a look at the original High Command Center right here. I love this place. This is where a ton of Amphissian addresses were done and all kinds of stuff. Big old podium and places for people to sit. This is before we even had chairs. Literally stairs. That's how old most of the stuff was on this. There's a music disc right here too. I actually forgot about that. But yeah, if you go down in here, you can find the High Command bunker. So if we go in here, oh fuck. Yeah, if we go in here, it's a bunch of anti-item frames, but the idea is that there were supposed to be maps in here, and they moved. But I'm probably going to add some item frames in this, like not item frames, but maps, make it actually make sense. And then obviously they have books. But yeah, this is going to be their like one of their main operating places where they make their battle plans and prepare for their wars and all that sort of stuff. So this right here, pretty simple room, but this is going to be their like lunch. They get served lunch. They can each come and have their meals dedicated for the day. A little kitchen area in here. So this room right here isn't really even necessary. Oh, whoops. Isn't really necessarily a room. It's more of an escape hatch than fucking anything. You go down here and you see you swim out into the ocean, swim up, do whatever you fucking please. But basically an escape hatch. If they ever needed to leave Shroom Isle in the flash, that's how they do it. This room is the last pretty important room of the command bunker. So yeah, this is pretty interesting. This is Alpine's room right here, and this black cat is Alpine's pet. Yes, this is the only pet Alpine had. But yeah, this is where all the high command members had their rooms, basically. They're all pretty much duplicates, but you get the idea. But yeah, I think the high command bunker is pretty rad. Most people have never seen that. That's for what? Yeah, that's kind of the idea with it. I was going to talk about this. So this wasn't really this didn't really exist until the Amphissium was established and Atris took control. But it's basically like a rally area. That's why all the banners are here. You can see in the first stream it was actually the Theta J's resistance banners and the High Command banners before it became the evolved versions of them, which was basically the High Priesthood banners on one side and the High Command banners on one side, which they then came together to form the Amphissium banners. And the other ones in the middle. Yeah, that's why there's purple and red candles. A purple priesthood, red high command. Symbolizes the same thing, the coming together, the Amphissium. But yeah, I think that's pretty rad. Pretty rad to have all the Amphissiums in one area. They can come together and hear what the leaders and whatnot have to say. But as you can see in the background of this, there's a couple things. So this right here, it looks like fucking nothing to begin with. But this is going to be... So there's a building for the High Council. There's a building for the High Command. This will be the site for the building for the High Priesthood. Or I'm going to build in the water. Probably, honestly, I'm going to build it in the water. But it's basically going to be around here, no matter what. Along the lines. Yeah. Oh, it's definitely the same palette. But yeah, it'll basically, the idea will be you'll have the building for the council, the building for the command, and the building for the priesthood. You'll have every aspect of the Amphissians here on Shroom Isle. They'll all have their own buildings. But yeah, beyond the site of the High Priesthood building, you also can see this right here, which is the third shrine of Amphissa. I'm not gonna lie, probably my favorite shrine of Amphissa that has existed. It's fucking spectacular. Yeah, it's got in the corners, it's got the overworld and the Shroom Isle fucking things going on. But fuck you, Drowned. I'm way too fucking drunk for this shit, bro. Fuck you. I just love the 3D emphasis. It looks so fucking cool. Yeah, Nightwitch mainly developed the shrine, actually. I think I definitely helped like more conceptually, but in terms of like execution, yeah, and placing, that was all her.
I hated it. It was a bitch.
But yeah, that's the best shrine of Amphissa right there. Oh, I gotta show you as well. You can fucking not only can you access the upper section by going up into the water here. There's like little corners you can go into. You can also go literally into it. Oh god, if I'm not too fucking regarded to this. Yeah. So yeah, there's like this is where you would do your donations because you know, as you know, with the last couple, there's been places you can place stuff. That's where you can give your items, and then you can go back out in the ocean. Oh, I love this shrine so much. Definitely one of the best structures on the realm, no doubt. Not so peak. Okay, let's see. What else do we have here? So we got over these two and the church. I'm trying to make sure we've done everything on the surface before we go underground, basically. Basically, look at this before we go underground with it. But this is a fountain. I was originally going to do a tower with it. There was going to be 3. You can see 2 shroom towers that exist now. There's one right there, and then this one's kind of hard to see. You have to go kind of go past the council building, and then you can see it. But there's the 2 shroom towers. This was going to be the 3rd one that was going to be taller and bigger than the rest, but I decided on the fountain. Kind of a mutual decision, but I think it was for the best, honestly. You can access the underground sections of the Amphissian presence on Shroom Isle from here. But I think we should take a look at the Shroom Towers before we go underground. But I love the Shroom Towers, not gonna lie, they look so fucking cool. Not a whole lot going on inside, I'll be honest. But yeah, you can come outside and see the overlooking view. Go look at the other one real quick. Yeah, this leads into the other section, basically. Yep. I think we can finally get into the underground stuff. So, right here, we have finally entered the Hall of the Acolytes. This was one of the longest Amphissian projects on the entire realm. It literally probably took from like August of 25 until now, basically, like a couple of days ago. It was finally finished. But this place is spectacular. I mean, it's so good. All the contrast of light. It's just supposed to be a spectacular hall. Kind of over here, you can kind of see what the overall idea with it. Basically, it was going to be an area that was kind of a memorial for the dead Amphissians. So you got over here, you got High Commander Alpine and Archacolyte Amphis. But it was going to be that for each section. There's going to be different Amphissians. And there's going to be a book that explains all the stuff for them, which will not get shown off tour-wise, but will get shown off lore-wise in the next little bit. So I'm excited to see all that play out. But this is basically a central hub for the underground stuff or the Amphissian stuff. If you go over here, you can kind of see where it leads out from the fountain. The fountain leads down here. You can see the 3 branch pathways. But we're going to look down here. So this, there's no labeling or anything for it, but there is that scaffolding I talked about earlier in the church. That's what that leads to. This will lead to the church, which will also be basically the acolyte quarters, because that hasn't existed on True Mile until, well, we haven't made it yet, but it will exist soon. And then you had the Shroom Isle Armory, which is where we came from. There's not a whole lot of anything here yet, but there will be stuff soon. It's basically going to mirror the Cleric Guardian quarters, which used to be the Imperial Guardian quarters, but since the Amphissium took over, they became the Cleric Guardians. They were re-brought back as a rank. But this is the main operation area that we've had from True Mile for a long fucking time. You can see all the chests and all the nonsense. Oh hey, and those Prophet's First Diamonds that were referenced so long ago. Okay, I'm just going to take a quick look through all this stuff. Tons of random stuff all throughout. Yep, we got lots of stuff to read through that. Oh yeah, Tyrian dog descendants. There was one time that I kidnapped some Tyrian dogs that I was gonna breed them and basically sacrifice their offspring to Amphissa. There was a whole thing. And they were part of a ransom. I wrote a note for it. It was a whole thing that played out. You see some of the Amphissium banners and the Clark Guardian banners in here. Yeah, there's another Prophet item, Pure Mango Relief, 6 out of 12. A couple of them are used for the, like, identifying item thing on the item frames here. Kind of rad, I will say. Okay, so if you'll come over here, there is something I want to demonstrate. So that chest right there that I was just in. Right down to the bottom left corner. Yep, the baby blue axolotl. This must be addressed for the Minecraft stream for everyone that knows. Blue axolotls are extremely rare and one of the most rare mobs in all of fucking Minecraft. I had never really bred for axolotls, and it was basically the fifth time I had ever bred for an axolotl. Maybe fourth. Regardless, it was a handful of times I'd ever done it, and I got a fucking blue axolotl. It was on stream. I don't remember exactly which stream it was, but it was pretty recent compared to a lot of the other stuff that happened. I know it was an Atris had taken over. Because Atris had bred this, actually. But yeah, one of the rarest mobs in all of Minecraft, just sitting right here. Um, I think it will eventually come up lore wise, but yeah, there's the fucking blue axolotl. Just had to make a whole thing of it. Yeah, that shit's crazy. Like, I still cannot believe that shit. But yeah, I think that's most of the stuff. We had an auto fisher right here. And as well, you can see there's an aquarium built into the floor. It's kind of the whole design, and it mirrors the roof. Can we go on it, or it is accessible? Obviously, it's a tad bit dangerous because it's a fucking aquarium and it's underwater. But as long as you try not to drown, it's pretty safe, all things considered. But there was I believe there's some add-ons that were removed. That's why we got these weird blocks down here. But there was also a Tinkerer section down here. That's why there's this shit. But pretty much all of that ended up being moved to the Mahakam Forge. And the Amphicians really never built any of that Tinker stuff from here. They more built it from the Forge. So, we got some fishing rods set up here for the auto fisher. There is also obviously this whole fucking auto smelter section, which we had to have our own. We gave everyone else auto smelters, so of course. So we have two last sections here. There's going to be a lot of books in this one that we're going to have to read, and in this one, there's going to be a lot of banners. So I'm going to take a quick bathroom break again. Get your drinks, get your whatever you have to get, stream. This will be our last break before we end it off. I don't think there's really anything else beyond this last two stuff. So, we're getting close. We're almost at the end. We're almost there. Okay. We are back, ready to do the last two sections. So there's a chest right here that has basically almost, not every single one, but almost every single Amphissian banner that has ever existed. Not all of them are labeled, but a lot of them are. Um, so there's two big main distinctions. There's shield banners and banners. So basically, to make the emphasis work on shields, we had to flip the design. Um, so as you can kind of see right there, these are like, that's like an Art Acolyte one, that's a High Command one, that's another High Command one, that's a original Imperial Guard one. You kind of get the idea. We had to invert it to make it work on the shields, but for the normal banners, they're obviously the right way around. So that's like a Leviathan banner. There's the High Priesthood, the Amphician Empire banners, I believe. Yeah, see, there's an Amphician Shield banner. There's all kinds of shit in here. The Shrine banners, they're not labeled, but these are the Theta J's Resistance banners. There's just all kinds of fucking banners in this bitch. So I think it's a pretty cool chest. Got all kinds of history to it. And yeah, this is just a bunch of fucking potions and a bunch of brewing stuff and a bunch of banner stuff, pretty much, right there. But yeah, there's a little sleeping section. Might as well pass the night. We got some books here. Which is quite a bit. Okay, so first trade deal is by AE. Let me give this to you. Hey. Alright, the Empire News. Oh yeah, we had read that one earlier. Not sure if you got to read Our Journey or not. Torn book. This one's by Spartacus. All these pages are torn out. Besides, I have this feeling here lies right here. Since Atris's warning. So this one's from the chief historian. It actually talks about some of the stuff I was mentioning earlier. God, I love how it all ties back around. Let me give this to you. Looks like that's one's an unfinished Underworld book. Okay, I read through all those books and quills too, because they do have some writing in them. Oh, there's a journal in there that I'm going to skip on. It's the only one I'm going to do that. I've been advised to do so, so it's in a different barrel though, so you'll know when you see it. Let me think what else we got here. The farms, pretty much, I think is about it. There's a book in here. I'm sure you could be probably fine to read it. Right here. No, you cannot be fine to read it, apparently. Yep. Yes. I'm thinking it will have relevance later on. I'm sure it probably will. So, I don't know. um, I think, yeah, that's pretty much it. This area comes up a lot. I'm sure it's seen a lot in my streams. It's just the main operating base of most amphibians. We may change that to the Acolyte quarters, which was shown off earlier. It's still really under development, but it's basically made the same thing as this, but bigger. Kind of my thinking. So let's head up to the surface. Oh wait, actually not to the surface. That's my bad. So there's a couple other places underground that we got to see, and then we're pretty much done, which is weird to think about. And be up here. All right, so yeah, this right here, just like in the Mesa, the amphibians have a sugarcane farm here. What's pretty cool about this is you don't even have to get in here. You actually can't access a chest from inside the room. You actually have to go outside. But it makes it easier if you're just passing by. You have to kind of look like right exactly where I'm standing, but you can see there's like a little bit of the chest corner there. Yeah, and then you can click on it and fucking see the sugarcane in there. But yeah, it's pretty rad. Way to get the fucking shit. And then here we got a motherfucking wool farm for our banners. Then I think down here you can, yeah, you can actually access the fucking redstone stuff for it. But yeah, it actually is working pretty good. Hmm. That's good to know. Doubling up on that wool fucking harvesting. This is a tunnel. We actually have a skeleton farm. We don't use it as much as the one under the fishbowl, but there's a skeleton farm, like an abandoned mine shaft, trial chamber. There's a whole fucking thing down there. Um, but yeah, just figured I'd mention it. It's not really worth seeing, but I don't think there's really much more. This goes out to the other shroom tower. That's basically how I access all this stuff. But yeah, we can take a look at the other branch, which is under the staircase here. So this right here, I can't imagine this place being very important. I think there's going to be like a historian that's going to be kept here or something. I don't think it'll be super important to anything. Um, but yeah, basically he'd be like accessible through this spot or something. I'm not really sure, but yeah. Anyway, nothing too much to that. But there is something right next to it over here. I don't think this room is really much of anything. We're going to use it for some shit, but it's mostly to relate to this room, which is going to have some villagers. Might be some amphibian advancements. But yeah, basically just the amphibian trading hall. But yeah, I mean, this just pops back out to the island, but I think that's pretty much about it. I think we have pretty much hit all of it. We've hit the entire realm tour. We finally fucking did it. 12 plus hours for sure. Probably 12 and a half. Let's see how long this stream is. 4 hours. Oh my god. That's crazy. That's a full fucking work day. 16 hours and 50 minutes, pretty much, for the whole fucking shebang. That is wild. I wasn't wrong. I wasn't too far off. I estimated 3.5 hours, so 4 hours is not too shabby. 4 hours and 10 minutes. God damn. Ain't that some shit. But yeah, I think there's very possibly a couple of areas that were missed. Obviously, like, you know, there's a couple Terrium bridges we missed. There's probably some amphibian stuff that we missed. In general, though, that's like 99.999% of everything covered. There's going to be some stuff that develops as the last little bit of the lore plays out. I hope we can get everything done well. I hope we can wrap everything up in a way that is satisfying to everyone. We're going to do our best to make sure all of these cool areas are included. And yeah, I hope you all enjoyed touring through the realm. I thank Your Dad Is Gone for fucking joining me on this advantageous journey throughout the whole world. It was quite the fucking adventure. Literally like 12 hours, literally like half a fucking day of just looking at shit. So I appreciate you for joining. There's you one single baked potato for your hard work. Oh shit, dude. Yeah, I'll eat that shit right now. Oh my god, delicious. Bacon sandwich. So hard earned. Oh my god. Yep. Half a fucking day just looking at shit in Minecraft. It was awesome. I love the realm. I'm glad for all of those who directly participated, those who observed. Just simply observing is wonderful. This is one of my favorite projects I've ever worked on. So I appreciate every part that everyone's played in it. I don't know if you have any last shit you want to say for the Realm Tour before we just switch back to lore mode for these next streams and play out the end game. I think so too. Every single day I go to work, I'm just fucking thinking about playing this shit out. I mean, I've watched countless shows. It's inspired by multiple shows. It's inspired by just events in life. It's going to be, like he said, absolute cinema. We're going to fucking make this absolute peak. It's going to bring a fucking tear to your eye. It's going to be so beautiful. It's going to be so glorious. Very excited. Um, I genuinely love the realm. It's been such a fun project to work out. I'm even excited for the future of it. I'm so optimistic. I'm hyped as fuck. So thank you all for joining us on this long ass fucking journey. But we finally made it to the end of the Realm Tour. So let's gear up for the end, everyone. Thanks for joining us along the way.